Hello everyone and welcome back to Old Buckenham for another day of live airshow action for the Old Buckenham Airshow. As I said yesterday, this is the first time I've visited the venue and we've been blessed by great weather both days. A bit gloomy this morning, but it's just starting to brighten up nicely for the flying display, which starts at about 5 minutes to 1 with the Tiger 9 team, the Tiger Moths. We're going to have lots of flying. Typhoon's back again. I'm looking at the Hurricane over there. Harvard behind me, lots more besides, and I'm really excited to bring it to you. Thank you for joining us on YouTube and Facebook. Freely available to view. Hope you enjoy it. If you do enjoy it, do make sure to give the video a like, subscribe to us on YouTube, and there is a channel membership available on there as well. So lots to look forward to coming up in about 20-25 minutes time. Lots of aircraft flying. One aircraft we won't see flying, and hopefully Andrew's got a few clips of this, is an electric aircraft which is actually based here, being manufactured here. And Stephen, if you come and join me, this aircraft is quite an innovation. Tell me a little bit about this electric aircraft.
Okay, it is absolutely unique. It is the only off-grid electric light aircraft in the country, in the world, as far as we know at the moment. It's been developed here at Long Buckenham by a firm called Nuncats. No, the logo says it, no unnecessary novelty, community aircraft transport. The idea is that you take established components and you put them together and produce an electric aircraft. So that's what they've done. The idea is that this will be a light plane, short takeoff, short landing, which is available and cheap to run. We call it the Sky Jeep, from the same principles as the Jeep, the road Jeep, which was designed to be basic, simple, easy to maintain, cheap to produce. You can repair it yourself, but it's not very comfortable. I think the Sky Jeep will be very similar. And the idea is that this is a plane that we make available to NGOs and aid agencies to do work in developing countries, particularly kind of air ambulance work, where there's plenty of sunshine but not much aviation fuel. One of the real problems for isolated communities in the third world is you can't get the fuel for the planes. So there are planes sitting in Africa rusting away because nobody can fuel them up.
Yeah, and we headed over to your corner of the airfield, and it is this airfield where this work's going on, and you have there the structure, the solar panels, the batteries, the charger. Then there's a whole system around this aircraft, and Tim over there was saying that this is how power is done in these parts of the world. You know, to see an array of solar panels like that, relatively small, you know, and this system gives that fuel, that energy availability to an aircraft like this. And what, in terms of its use then, what are the practical uses for an aircraft in that kind of environment?
I think that the most obvious ones are medical. They're flying doctors and nurses to run clinics in isolated communities and to do emergency services of various kinds. When we did a brief television piece about the plane recently, we were contacted by somebody from Brazil who runs one of these aircraft in the petrol version as an air ambulance in the Amazon basin. And he says, basically, in the Amazon basin, the accidents that happen are chainsaws and gunshots, and people die unless they get treated quickly, but there isn't aviation fuel. So the planes may be there, but the doctor can't get to the patient. With almost unlimited sunshine in many developing countries, the energy supply is available and free, which is really important, which is why we've designed the charging station, which enables us to charge the plane up relatively quickly. So a doctor can fly in, do a clinic, and fly out again, having charged the plane while he was in the clinic.
Yeah, and doing the hard work of getting these things certified, getting the aircraft to a point where it can, you know, legally fly, but using technologies that, I don't want to sound unkind, but you know, they are almost off-the-shelf technologies. You know, that technology is there are no revolutions going on here,
No,
but it's tying together those different elements to get a system in place that works for people.
That's right. The principle is, if something exists which will do the job, don't design a new one. The airframe, the Zenith 750, has been in production for some time. There are hundreds of them flying. The Indian Air Force use them as trainers with petrol engines. So the resources, the frame is there. You can buy it in kit form. You can assemble it, which is what Tim Bridge, who's behind the project, has done here at Old Buckenham. He's built the aircraft himself with the kit that was shipped over from the States. And he's fitted the electric engine, he's fitted the batteries, the propeller and so on. It's now doing ground testing. And the aim is to have it in the air by Christmas.
Well, fingers crossed, and we'll look forward to following your progress. And where can we find out, if people are interested in following your progress? Presumably there's a social media profile?
There is a website and Facebook page. The Facebook, I can't remember, but if you search for Nuncats, Nuncats, you will find it. And nuncats.org.uk is the website.
Fantastic. Well, thank you so much, and we should tell Tim off for. Well, you've been a wonderful spokesman, Stephen. Thank you. But he's badgering away there, talking to the members of the audience that are here today to watch the flying, but also see a bit of engineering innovation as well.
Yep.
Fabulous stuff. Well, thank you, Stephen. Cheers.
Thanks very much.
All right. Well, I'm excited to. I'm looking forward to the flying, of course, but. Isn't it nice to have a little bit of British engineering going on in the corner of the airfield that people can come and engage with, and certainly for the younger members of the audience, seeing that innovation and being done in a way, I'm trying not to sound unkind, but it's off-the-shelf technology that is understandable. You can look at the kit and equipment that the guys have there in the corner there, and get your head around it and think, oh, this is on the cusp of being a reality. So nice little bit, and I hope you've enjoyed that little bit of insight into one of the things we've got on the ground here at Old Buckenham this weekend. But soon we'll be looking to the air, as I say, starting at about 5 minutes to 1 with the Tiger 9 team. What do we have following them? Bear with me as I reach for my mobile phone and find out what we've got going. Extra, so the extra model, extra with the model, and then Red Sparrows, Spitfire, and then the T6 and the Victory formation, the Bouchon and the P51. A lovely display we had from that yesterday. And then the third team, and then we'll have a bit of a break, and then we're building up through the afternoon with an extra solo, which we didn't have yesterday, hoping for a bit more of a cloud base. Oh, there's pockets of blue, we're going to have a nice day here. And Matadors onto the Hurricane and Cap 10 we have as well again. And the Fireflies, the Marchetti, and the Berlin 1 and 2. The Storch and the Cub was a wonderful two-ship dogfight yesterday. You can hear the Tiger 9 coming out behind me. So lots to look forward to. Typhoon staggering Sally B and Spitfire. I didn't look then, but I presume 434, MH434 finishing the show again. Better just be sure. Yes, it is. So lots to look forward to today. Coming to the show and starting these streams, I often like to dig into our archive, which stretches back 30 years through the airshow world, or 33 years, something like that. And this clip, Andrew's going to have to remind me what we dug out. So this base was B-24s. I think the first one we have is from Cosford, is that right, Andrew? Yeah, so B-24 base, and we don't see too many B-24s on the UK airshow circuit, but that gave me an excuse to dig back to 1992 and this little bit of Diamond Lil's visit from the US, I believe, to visit the UK, maybe European circuit. A bit too young to remember it. I was there, but I do not remember this. But a nice sight at Cosford Airshow in 1992 at the B-24.
20 Squadron of the Royal Air Force, part of Royal Air Force Coastal Command and Land Inboard Unit, used for maritime reconnaissance. We had a problem on delivery, and in fact never leaving the United States was retained by the then United States Army Air Force. So it was 120 Squadron that went out in Nimrod to meet this aircraft en route from Iceland to Wapping. With a crew of 8 to 10, powered by 4 R1830 engines, each producing some 1200 horsepower. Maximum speed of around 35,000 feet, around 290 miles an hour. Armed with 10.5-inch machine guns typically, and a bomb load of up to 8,800 pounds.
I've walked. So just another 6 or 7 minutes. We've got the Tiger 9 taxiing out behind us. There'll be our first display here at Old Buckenham. So I'm going to hop out top and and grab hold of the camera, which is where I'm much more comfortable. And I hope you enjoyed the show. Got lots to look forward to. It is bright here. I've just seen a picture from Ryan at Shuttleworth in the dreary rain. I think that's stuff that it won't have passed us. So I don't know. It's looking all right over here. So I hope this heads your way, Ryan. Looking pretty good. Clouds are quite high. Wind certainly very low. So I'm going to hand over now to the Tiger 9 airshow commentator, and then it'll be Ken Ellis and Tom taking you through the rest of the day. Hope you enjoy the show, everyone. I'll pop in during the breaks.
So let me introduce you what a Tiger Moth is. This was the primary trainer for British and Commonwealth pilots throughout the 30s and particularly during the wartime years. So whatever you went on to fly, be that fighters, and later in the show you're going to be seeing a Hurricane and a couple of Spitfires, and you'll also be seeing bombers represented by the B-17 bomber. And bear in mind the B-17 was first flown by the RAF before it was flown by the USAF. And whatever you went on to fly, you'd have learnt initially on a Tiger Moth. So a very important aircraft in the training of these brave wartime pilots. So this is an amateur team, but I hope you'll agree they fly to a truly professional standard. And indeed in 2019, they were honoured by being awarded the most coveted British Air Display Association's trophy. A trophy that has previously been won by the Red Arrows. Now the team itself comes from all sorts of different airfields throughout southeast England, and in non-COVID times would be flying typically 12 air shows a year. This season we've only done 3, and so we're particularly grateful to Old Buckenham to have the foresight and the fortitude to go and carry on with their air show despite the uncertainties, and to invite us here today to perform for you. You'll notice these are biplanes. It's very old technology. In fact, that's probably First World War technology. And indeed, had the Tiger Moth been around in the First World War, it would have been a very capable fighter. They're very simple aircraft. They have no brakes, as I mentioned earlier. They have no starter motors. So if any of you saw them starting earlier, they have to be started by hand, throwing the propeller rather like you would with a model aeroplane. They also have no fuel pump. The fuel is that bulbous, the fuel tank is the bulbous piece you can see in the top of their wings in the center. And that just gravity feeds the fuel down to the engine. They've got no flaps, and they've got nothing. It's just a simple aeroplane. And this is part of what makes it a delight to fly. I'll be telling you in a moment a little bit more about the pilots who are flying this. And they are highly experienced, former RAF fighter pilots, and they're airline captains, and some private pilots as well. But they're people who've done everything. And yet they choose to fly these aeroplanes because this is real flying. It's back to basics, stick and rudder, wind in your hair. Amazing experience. Now, you'll notice that, if you've got eagle-eyed, that most of the aircraft have swept wings. That's because they are true Tiger Moths. But the third from the last in that lineup, in the sort of rhubarb and custard colouring, has straight wings. That is because it's not a Tiger Moth. It's a DH-60G Moth Major, a very rare aircraft. And from this aircraft was derived then the Tiger Moth to make it into the military fighter. And that was a good opportunity to look at that aircraft and see that if you are occupying the front cockpit, which is where the instructor or the pupil or the passenger would sit, they've got the wing above you. You cannot parachute to safety from there. And so they've had to move the center of the wing forward to allow that to happen, and then they've therefore swept the wings tips back in order to keep the center of lift in the same place. Now the team are getting going. Stream takeoff, 3-second delay between each. The show is starting. The team will now form itself up into 3 Vics, and a Vic formation is where you have a leader in front and your wingmen diagonally left and right behind him. And this was the preferred attack formation against undefended bombers throughout the 30s and through the very early few weeks of the Battle of Britain. Because if you had no fighters around and you had 8 machine guns on the fighter that you're flying, this formation could concentrate 24 machine guns onto the same target. Very effective. However, with fighters around, that became useless because you'd have your wingmen concentrating on formating with their leader and not looking out for the fighters. And so this was quite quickly rejected, and they went for a 2-man leader and wingman operation after that. So coming in from right to left in Vic formation, leading the first Vic is the leader of the Tiger IX team, Jeff Milsom, a former RAF fighter pilot flying the F-4 Phantom, and more lately a captain on British Airways flying the Airbus A320. On his right is a private pilot, Mike Vasey, who co-founded Vintech, the vintage engine company that maintains these beautiful aero engines. And on his left is David Sister, another former RAF fighter pilot who used to fly Hunters, Lightnings, Gnats, and Phantoms. I'll let you listen to them as they go by, and I'll tell you a bit more about David in a moment. Glorious sound of that 130 horsepower de Havilland Gypsy Major engine. Thought you ought to be savouring that. Yes, David Sister, who's in the blue aircraft in the first Vic, he in 1978 flew solo, unassisted, to Australia in the very aircraft you're seeing here today. And he was following to the day, 50 years later, the very first flight to Australia, which was made by a man called Bert Hinkler in 1928. Now, leading the second Vic is Jonathan Turnbull, a retired airline captain who is flying the oldest Tiger Moth in existence. Very special. In fact, if you go to your toy shop and you buy a die-cast model of a Tiger Moth, it will be his aircraft that you're buying. A model of his aircraft with all the correct lettering and numbering. On his right is Dr. Jeremy Radcliffe, a consultant anaesthetist, but also a space doctor. So any budding astronauts, you go and see him to get yourself checked over. On his left is Jonathan Elwis, who in 1989 flew Tiger Moths to Moscow in the Glass Moth escapade, and in 2013 recreated the Charge of the Light Brigade near Sevastopol in the Crimea. Now coming back from left to right in box formation, well worth a photograph, See them being bounced around, all working very, very hard. It's so difficult in these high, light aircraft. And the three final members of the team are Nigel Lemon, who's an aeronautical engineer, who's flying this Moth Major. Now, aircraft spotters amongst you, that is worth taking a photo of that one alone. That is one of only 140 of that model ever made, of which there are only 6 flying in the world, and only 3 in the UK. And on his right is Tom Milsom, son of the leader Jeff Milsom, who is a training captain on Ryanair for the Boeing 737. And the aeroplane that he's flying, which is yellow with a silver nose, is a bit of a film star. It's actually been in 5 films, most recently The King's Speech, where you see it landing at Hatfield House, which is doubling as Sandringham. And the final man to mention in the team is Robin Russell, who's a former Phantom pilot in the RAF, also flying Hercules, but went on to fly Strike Masters with the Sultan of Oman's Air Force. And his aircraft is in the true World War II camouflage scheme. Back in the 30s, when the RAF were training, they used to paint all their aircraft completely yellow, but then have the roundels on them. And then come wartime, they went and painted the upper surfaces of the wings and the upper fuselage in camouflage. And this is the colour scheme you see here today. And Robin is now an instructor at White Waltham near Maidenhead in this very aircraft. Coming in from right to left in feathered arrow formation. Now the Tiger 9 is the display team of the de Havilland Moth Club, and this is the club that promotes the rebuilding and the flying of these wonderful old machines. And our Tiger 9 team was formed in 2005, and as I say, performs around 12 shows a year. We're sponsored by Poolies, who are the aviation equipment suppliers. And we follow on from the Diamond 9, which was a team that also flew Tiger Moths back in the 1985 roughly through to 2000. And several of the members of the team also flew in that display team back in the day. Shortly the team will be coming back in Big Vic formation, which is like the Vics we saw earlier, except this time involving the whole team. And this makes it quite difficult, because if the man near the centre goes and wobbles, the next one wobbles more, and the final one does a big wobble. So it's one of the hardest manoeuvres to fly accurately, but they do it with great aplomb. Of the 8,600 of these aircraft built between 1931 and 1945, you'll be amazed that 1,000 are still in existence globally, of which around 600 to 650 are still in flying condition. So something that's about 80 to 90 years old, that is an amazing survival record, partly down to the simplicity of the design and also down to the love that pilots have of this aircraft. The RAF chose it because it is an easy aircraft to fly, but a very difficult aircraft to fly well, and helped with the streaming of pilots into bomber pilots, fighter pilots, etc. It's the same challenge which makes these pilots of today want to have a go and take up that challenge. Here they come, left to right, in Big Vic. Now, come the outbreak of hostilities, de Havilland went and turned its attentions to building the Mosquito. And so the building of the Tiger Moth moved to Morris Motors, the car manufacturer, at Cowley near Oxford. And there they built 3,400 of the total of 8,600 Tiger Moths built, so a large percentage. Now keep your eye on this synchro pair, the two that are dropped away from the main pack. Look at them. This is Robin Russell, former RAF fighter pilot in the camouflaged aircraft on the left, and Tom Milsom in the aircraft that was featured in the film The King's Speech. Charging towards you for the pairs break. You'll have to be quick with your camera. I'll try and give you a bit of notice. Any second now. Braking now. Oh, they get so close. Now they'll turn and they'll charge at one another. And again, they'll get very close. You'll need to be even quicker with your camera. Now turn your eyes up to the main pack, up by that white fluffy cloud, who are diving towards you, building up speed, somewhere between 120, 125 miles an hour. And get your cameras ready for the bomb burst. And here they go, braking. There's Nigel Lemon bringing up the rear and the Moth Major with a half Cuban. Now the team's going to form itself into two lines, and they'll charge towards each other like that synchro pair. But this time, they've not got one aircraft to miss. They have between 4 and 5. And now the team will form itself up into one long line for the final fly past. And if you've enjoyed the show, please give them a wave, and if they spot you, they'll wave back. You join us here at the Old Buckingham Handicap Chase as the runners and riders come into view. And they're into the final furlong. In the lead, it's Easy Tiger, 7-2, ridden by Jonathan Elwis. Next up, it's the favourite, 2-1 favourite, Oyster Catcher, ridden by David Sister. Then it's I'm the Leader, ridden by Jeff Milsom. Then we have Son of a Gun, 13-2, ridden by Tom Milsom. Next up is Easy Squeezy, 3-1, written by Nigel Lemon, followed by Doctor's Orders, written by Dr. Jeremy Radcliffe. Then it's Golden Oldie at 14-1, written by Mike Vasey. And bringing up the rear, it's De Havilland Boy at 10-1, written by Jonathan Turnbull. And finally, it's that 20-1 outsider, Tiger Tiger, written by Robin Russell. We'll be coming into land now, but the next item on the show will actually be involving a radio-controlled aircraft. But one of the very first radio-controlled aircraft ever was a full-sized radio-controlled version of the Tiger Moth called the Queen Bee. And this was used for gunnery practice, shooting ahead of the target in order to be able to hit it, offset shooting. Now landing first there was Jonathan Elwes, and there's only 3 Queen Bees out of the 400 built existing in the world, and only one flying. And the one flying is actually part of our team, though not with us today. Now landing, it's David Sister in that blue and silver aircraft, the actual aircraft he flew solo, unassisted, to Australia in. Imagine doing that in this machine. Amazing. Here's the leader of the team, former fighter pilot Jeff Milsom, in that green and silver machine. But coming in behind him is his son, Tom Milsom, in the yellow aircraft with the silver nose. This is the famous one. It's been in all those films. Played the starring role in Thunderbird 6. Was in the King's Speech. It's been in 5 films in total. They're spacing themselves out nicely because they've got no brakes, and they mustn't, due to the timing, we've really got to have nobody going around. So it's nice spacing they're coming. Here's this very rare aircraft, only 140 built. It is the Moth Major, flown by Nigel Lemon. Took him 20 years to rebuild it. Beautiful Wheeler landing there. There are 2 sorts of landings. You can do one where you put the main wheels down and then keep pushing your stick forward and forward and forward until finally the tail drops of its own accord. Or you can be hauling back on the stick and doing a 3-pointer, so your skid and your main undercarriage drop at the same time. Here's Dr. Jeremy Radcliffe in that distinctive checker-tailed aircraft. He's actually still got the mounting points on the top of the top wing for a wing walker. They used to have a wing walking lady on the top. Here comes Mike Vasey, who has that engineering company that maintains these engines. Very knowledgeable man. He actually has a picture of the actual tiger moth, the creature, male and female, on each side of his fin. He's a man for detail. And the last 2 coming in is Jonathan Turnbull. This is the one which you can find a die-cast model at your toy shop. The oldest tiger moth in existence, this red one, silver wings coming in now, with de Havilland School of Flying written down the side. And yes, he does have a copy of the model in his hallway at home. That's the 3-pointer landing, see, showing you the different types of landing. And the final one is Robin Russell. This is the one in the authentic RAF wartime training colours, camouflage on top, yellow underneath. And Robin's the former fighter pilot on Phantoms and then Strike Masters. And he was part of that synchro pair that gives such an exciting pairs break. He'll be doing about 45 miles an hour there, absolutely right back on the back of the drag curve. Lovely 3-pointer, stopping on virtually nothing despite no brakes. They got wing walkers, who are other Tiger Moth pilots who volunteered to be out the far end of the runway in order to turn them round, because having no brakes, you've got a very wide turning circle. So to turn, you need to have somebody actually hanging on to one of your wings, and you'll then power yourself around, pirouette around him effectively. And so we've got some volunteers up there making that happen. So now with the next more modern radio model about to start, I'm going to say, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the display for the Tiger 9. Back to Ken.
Ladies and gentlemen, superb, beautiful nostalgia on the Tiger 9. Put your hands together for them. And Tim Emrys Roberts, brilliant commentary. Put your hands together, folks. We're going to be asking you to work very hard today like this. We have 18. This is our first act. We have another 17 to go. Are you in for an afternoon? Tom, sweet nostalgia from the Tiger 9 there. Now we're going up the league in terms of performance and modern, but in a way that if you've not seen it before, it's almost so difficult to describe.
Certainly is, Ken. They call it little and large, they call it me and mini me. You're going to have to see it to believe it. When I was 7 years of age, on my 7th birthday, my dad bought me a remote-controlled little mini aeroplane that literally flew about kind of a couple of yards off the ground. A little bit different, just a wee bit, from what we're going to see here today.
Yes. I think the little bit different is a decided understatement, isn't it?
Just a little bit. We're talking about, I mean, the kind of, let's talk about the on the ground, if you see what I mean, side of this act first. We're talking about a radio-controlled aircraft that is the most advanced of its kind anywhere to be able to do what you will be seeing in the skies a little bit later on. Talk us through this machine in its own right.
Well, at times I slip into calling this a model. You're quite right. It's a radio-controlled aircraft. Czech design by a company called Kryl Aircraft. It's 40% scale of an extra 300. Mike Williams is its pilot. As you say, Tom, Mike stays on the ground. And we're talking 175cc flat-twin petrol engine, and it can outperform at times the big one. And we're talking serious piloting skills here. We're talking putting your brain alongside an aerobatic full-scale aeroplane, yet your aircraft, you're firmly on the ground, but you're projecting your mind onto the wingtip of Chris Burkett and his full-scale aeroplane. Sensational piece of flying.
So Chris in the sky, Mike on the ground. How did they even begin to effectively communicate to be able to create such a lyrical display as people are going to see this afternoon?
Well, they're talking over a select frequency so that they're both monitoring, but classically with pilots it's a case of form up, turn right, turn left, and keep it like that, and they do it instantaneously together. But they've got to maintain gapping, speed, and the like, and it really is. But they get to know one another. The amount of rehearsals and practice and practice and practice from this, exceptional. I think they won't mind us saying how this entire thing was born. You said the other day that it seems the sort of thing that might have been born over a few beers. You're spot on. Having been presented with Mike Williams's amazing exact 40% scale version of Chris's aeroplane, the two ever since.
We've seen them here before and they have firmly become an old buck favourite. But what's really interesting is almost a sort of optical illusion, because when they're both performing, when both of these aircraft are up, somehow they look like they're the same size. You forget that one of them is 40% the size and is being controlled from the ground.
And the audience will soon get to appreciate this, because they are, other than scale, once you've got them up against the sky, there's nothing to refer to compare. And when they're close together, yes, you know, but when they do their opposition maneuvers and their brakes, you have to keep remembering which one is 40%, which one has got a man in it. And taxiing out in front of us now, and I've got to get my pronunciation right, are 3 de Havilland Canada chipmunks, and they form the Red Sparrows. I will say that again, the Red Sparrows. Formation team, you'll be seeing them shortly.
Certainly will, Ken. Extra up first. And in the short break, can I say happy birthday to Osiris? What a fabulous name. 7 years of age tomorrow, and here at the show today. Andy Redfern, happy birthday to Andy. Lots of love from Dan, Lisa and Kyle. They're here from Ipswich. And Steve Southgate is 23 today, and he's here from Southwold. Lots of love to you, Steve, on your birthday from Marie. You can talk to us via Facebook. We'll be doing more of your messages throughout the afternoon. But right now, it is extra time. Ken.
So here's Chris coming out in his extra 300S. This machine is just exceptional. Has a rate of roll of 420 degrees per second. German designed, product of Volta Extra, hence the name of the aeroplane. You'll see it's going to put smoke into the sky. It has a 35-litre tank carrying oil, and these days it's mostly baby oil, and you pump it into the exhaust, the hot exhaust, and that gives you the smoke, and it's all very eco. Chris is an aerodynamicist by trade. When he's not designing wings for Airbuses or Boeings, he's also designing for Formula One cars. The Formula One cars these days, their performance envelope is such that they're more or less an aeroplane on the ground. Now Mike is out on the runway, I hope, ready to make the mini-me side of things. Yeah. You have to watch every second of this to appreciate exactly what's going on. Mike and Chris are in radio contact very discreetly, and they keep the chatter very small. They know the routine they are going to go through perfectly. And so our 3 chipmunks from the Red Sparrows taking off ready to prepare for their act later on. So Chris lining up on the runway in the full scale. Mike has got the 40%er ready to roll as well. Little and large, anything you can do, I can do better. Me and mini me, call it what you will. This is tremendous. Mike standing with his control box in his hand, and down on the runway, Chris is ready to put the throttle forward on his extra 300, the full size one, and he's rolling. And Mike is now timing, bringing in the 40%er. Both away. Ladies and gentlemen, Chris Burkett, Mike Williams. 1.4 extra 300s. How's about that? Kick the rudder, round they go. Don't forget, Mike is doing all of this from the ground. And they roll perfectly in sync. And look at the little one, overtaking, holding on the prop, kick round. Who says size matters? Mike casually on the ground, holding the control box, listening to Chris calling the shots in a brilliantly synchronized act. Tom, it's at moments like this where you do wonder which is which. Hanging on the prop as Chris comes backwards through his own smoke. goes the flick. Look at that helicopter-like performance. Almost stationary in the sky. As Chris knife edges through. Now a slow run. Cameras ready. Go. Mike, having had his moment of glory, Chris takes over. And the two side by side again. Both knife edging. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure you agree that is exceptional. Try explaining it to people at home as to what you've seen. Coming back round now. Chris can see you. Mike down on the ground can hear you. Put your hands together for an exceptional act. Ladies and gentlemen, me and Mini-Me. Both touching down practically simultaneously. Ladies and gentlemen, Mike can hear you. Put your hands together. Come on, do it. That's it. What an incredible piece of flying from both of them. So, you saw the chipmunks taking off before, and you'll be listening to me carefully pronouncing this. The Red Sparrows, 3 de Havilland Canada chipmunks. Coming in from the Snetterton end, from your left. Our 3 pilots today. Paul Hardesty, British Airways captain. Clive Denny. Clive Denny of Vintage Fabrics. You'll be seeing more of him later flying the Hurricane. And Tom Turner, well known at Duxford. Airfield manager at Duxford. We started the show with Tiger 9. Formation flying is a great discipline all of its own. The leader flies the formation. His wingmen, in this case, keep their eyes on him, and that's how we form up. And as we come in Vic, V formation, as they enter a 360 turn, you'll already have noticed that the yellow Chipmunk has a blown clear vision plexiglass canopy. This is Canadian built one. The aeroplane is a Canadian design. The prototype first flew in 1946. And in 1949, the Royal Air Force ordered hundreds of Chipmunks for its basic training. And it was only up until 1996 before they retired them. 2 still serve with the Battlebrit Memorial Flight at Coningsby. Line astern. Now the silver Chipmunk in the middle is John Lowitz. He's owned the machine since 1974. It's the longest private ownership of a Chipmunk in the United Kingdom. Based at Duxford, John for a long time a craftsman with the Aircraft Restoration Company there, and he calls this aeroplane Thunderbird 5. Camera's ready, the brake, and I'm told here that the red and white one has been chosen as Airfix's new released 1/48 scale Chipmunk model, due out soon. Get your glue ready. Stand by. Go. So as the Sparrows come in, that's Clive Denny in the bubble canopied Canadian-built Chipmunk. And apart from the bubble canopy, the fit inside the cockpit was very different, enabling Royal Canadian Air Force pilots to take the easy step from the Chipmunk, or as the Canadians called it, the Maple Monk primary trainer, up to the T6 Texan, which you'll be seeing soon, and then on to the fighters of the day.
Whilst we've got a little break, I'm getting well behind on these messages that are coming through. We've got an awful lot to get through, so let me drop a few more in. Hi to Alan Wells, who wants to say hello to the Wells family. That's Archie, Charlotte, Elizabeth and Ian. Please can we say a happy 38th birthday to Louise Pooley. This comes lots of love from our boys Mason and Austin. And also Aaron. And a big 50th birthday to Carol Wall. Lots of love from Ian and all the family. Hope you have a fabulous day, Carol. We said about sandwiches, did we not, earlier on? What's the most weird combination we can find in the sandwiches here in the picnics? What about chocolate and crisps? I suppose it depends on the flavour of crisps, doesn't it?
I still think that's a criminal offence.
Pickled onion crisps, maybe not, but you know.
No, I'm sorry, we must find these people and stop them.
Well, I know who it is. It's James Wilkinson, because it's here on my screen, and it's Henry who is eating cheese, tomato and Pom Bear sandwiches, whilst Lewis has chocolate and crisps. We're all glad to be back at Old Buck. Guys, it's lovely to see you back here today as well.
And we agree with that sentiment entirely, if not your taste.
I still don't knock it till you tried it. Chocolate, anything quite frankly with chocolate's good with me. Luke Rowe, hi to you, and a happy first birthday to Oscar. Sam Jarman says, my dad Andy is rocking a tuna and peanut butter sandwich. I think that's more of a crime. Tuna and peanut butter? Don't know. And we've got some leftover Domino's pizza in the picnic today if you're part of the Brown family. That's Josh, Danny, Eliza and Lola, and also Sherry as well. Really enjoying the show, they say.
Other Italian cheese-based food is available.
Lucy Williams says, can we say, hey-o, how are ya? Of course we can, to Connor and Jacob and Dad. Lots of love from Rocket.
Well, I hope you've all enjoyed your lunch and found something tastier than a tuna and peanut butter sandwich. Thank you very much for tuning in. My name's Ian Campbell. I run Plains TV, looking after the live broadcast today. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for subscribing if you have done on YouTube. Do make sure to do that. It allows you to join the chat and keep posted for other live broadcasts that we're doing in the future. I'm looking forward to the Mark 1 in just a few minutes, but I thought I'd better hop on and say thank you to everyone who gave it a like yesterday. We did hit 1,000 likes. Love to see if we can do the same again today. And I as a reward for all the likes we got yesterday, I popped a coupon code on watch.plainstv.com. If you use the coupon code Old Buckingham, all lowercase, that gives you half price, your first month half price to our on-demand service, and that has our back catalogue of airshow programmes. So if you're enjoying what you're seeing today, and if you enjoyed the little clip we showed at the very top of the programme from Cosford in 1992, there's lots of that available on watch.plainstv.com. Use the coupon code Old Buckingham, all lowercase, for your first month at half price. So Adam tells me in my ear that he can see a Spitfire holding. I can see him too. He's a little dot turning now away from us. But I'll hop back on the camera, I think. I just wanted to say a big thank you for joining. So enjoy the rest of this. This was glorious yesterday. Looking forward to more of the same from the Spitfire Mark 1 in just a moment. You can take...
The pilot got out of it and said, "Don't touch anything." He was Mutt Summers of Vickers Supermarine, and he'd just flown the prototype Spitfire. The machine was beautiful, but manufacturing it proved a problem, and it was not until May 1938 before the first production Spitfire took to the air. Sadly, the designer of the Mustang, Reginald Joseph Mitchell, didn't see that event. He died of cancer, and we can only wonder at what he could have achieved had he lived longer. Coming in is a Mark I Spitfire, a true veteran and a combat veteran, as I will explain. Ladies and gentlemen, Spitfire Mark I 3200, owned by the Imperial War Museum at Duxford. Was first flown at Southampton Eastleigh Airport in November 1939, and it was delivered to the first operational squadron of Spitfires in the Royal Air Force, 19 Squadron, at Duxford on the 19th of April 1940. In France, the British Expeditionary Force have been overwhelmed by Hitler's blitzkrieg, and they were in retreat towards Dunkirk. On the ground at Duxford, the ground crew took N3200 and painted 19 Squadron's unit codes QV on both sides of the aeroplane, but never got round to its individual code letter. And this aeroplane is painted exactly as it appeared in May 1940. Operation Dynamo, the miracle that was the retreat from Dunkirk, began on the 26th of May 1940, and squadron leader Geoffrey Stevenson was in this very machine heading for the evacuation beaches. He managed to shoot down a Junkers 87 Stuka dive bomber but seconds later was in turn shot down. With his aeroplane crippled, he headed for the very evacuation beaches and force landed at Sangatte near Calais. Stephenson began a life all the way through the war of a prisoner of war, including time in the famous Colditz Castle. 19 Squadron took a pasting that day. This aeroplane was one of 5 of the unit that was lost. Time went by, the remains of this aeroplane sank into the sand, but memories lingered. Researchers worked out it could still be there. The remains of this aeroplane were recovered in 1986. Few parts could be actually salvaged, but the wizards at Historic Flying at Duxford could restore and bring this aeroplane back to life. Dr. Thomas Kaplan and Simon Marsh financed the epic restoration. On the 26th of March 2014, N3200 took to the skies again at Duxford, where all that time back in May 1940, it had once been a fully operational fighter. In 2015, Dr. Kaplan donated this airworthy Mark I Spitfire to the Imperial War Museum, and it continues flying to this day as a reminder of everything, of the genius of Mitchell and the drama of Dunkirk. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you appreciate what a unique item this is. Last pass, Spitfire Mark 1 N3200. Brilliant. We appreciate your applause. Where the aeroplane doesn't land back on, we will certainly let the pilot know.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, you've seen the Tiger Moths earlier at the start our display. You've seen the Spitfire, which was what all pilots of that era aspired to. And coming in now, we have the Harvard, which was the stepping stone between those two aircraft. So ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, cast your eyes out to the left. You can see Nigel Wilson running in the Anglian Warbird Harvard 2A. This aircraft you see here in front of you is a Pratt & Whitney 600 horsepower, 9-cylinder, radial, noisy engine. Okay. Being one of those engines is a little bit thirsty on the fuel as well. You've got 92 imperial gallons on board. When he's in an economy cruise, he's only burning, I say, 26 an hour. When he's up there displaying for us now, it's more like 56 imperial gallons an hour. So it's quite a lot of fuel, that big radial engine's burning up.
I had a car that did that sort of performance once.
No comment, Ken, no comment. Okay, Nigel's just done a Terry turn for us now, and he's coming back in to do a barrel roll for us. What's a barrel roll, you may ask? Imagine a big barrel laid on its side in the sky. And you can see Nigel running that aircraft around the sides of the barrel. It's actually quite a difficult manoeuvre for the pilots to concentrate and to get right, but it's a very graceful manoeuvre, only pulling, if he does it properly, 1G all the way round. Okay, he's just gone down to the end of the display line there, doing a general wing over, and he's going to come back in to show us an aileron roll. Okay, this aircraft here doesn't have an inverted fuel system on it, so he's not going to do a slow roll for you because he may get upside down and cough and run out of fuel. So you just see him do a normal aileron roll. There he goes, pulls up and rolls the aircraft. Nigel's quite a familiar display pilot for us here at Old Buckenham. Often seen displaying the Yak 52, and he's now moved on to the Harvard. Learned to fly way back 1985 at Ipswich Airport. First got his DA on Cessna 150 in the original Red Sparrows, a formation team of 4 Cessnas. Okay, and we're now actually going to hear from Nigel himself. He's running in to show you a Kubernetes, so over to Nigel.
Okay, folks, we're just going to pull up into a half of a loop here, just allowing for the wind slightly. Up over the top, entry speed was good, looking to the horizon the other end. On the display line, so down we go, roll to the level. Down the other side, and then we're going to pull up for another loop the other way, and over to this.
And for those of us old enough to remember the Generation game, that's all there is to it. This particular Harvard here was built in Dallas in 1942. It was then shipped to the United States Air Force in November 42 and then was transferred to the RAF to provide training to the British fighter pilots. After the war, this one went off to South Africa, and then it was sold on to the Portuguese Air Force in August 1969, and there it was used for gunnery training. And in 1978 it was struck off the Portuguese register, and in March 1979 it was transferred over to the British register. And the the registration of this aircraft is Golf Tango Sierra India X-ray, or in layman's terms, GTSIX T6. Okay, and that leads us on to the name of the aircraft. I'm calling it a Harvard. Yes, it's known as a Harvard. And the RAF, that's what they called them. It was a Harvard. If it went to the American Air Force, they called it a T6 or a Texan. And if it went to the United States Navy, and this one is painted up in the Navy colour scheme, it was an SNJ. Just to confuse you, but it was the same aircraft. As we said at the beginning of the display, it was used to streamline the pilots. So they learned to fly on the Tiger Moth. They would then go on to this advanced trainer. And from there, they would either be streamed into the fighters. So for the British, it was off to the Spitfire, the Hurricane. The Americans, it'd be off to the P-51. Or they would be streamed to the bombers. So they would go across and fly Lancasters, or, as we know, Sally B later on, Flying Fortress, that type of thing. Okay, so if you've got your cameras on you now, here's a chance to get a nice photographic shot as Nigel comes in using the B-axis to do a head-on loop towards the crowd. So cameras at the ready. He brings it down to build up the speed and pulls up into the loop. Okay, so I said this aircraft is now on the British register, and a couple of years ago it found its new home down at Earlscombe Airfield down in Essex, and it's on the books down at the school there, and you can actually fly in this aircraft. So if you've got a real passion for aviation, you've enjoyed seeing it here today, you too can enjoy flying in it. And let me tell you, it is a pleasure to put on this aircraft, smell the oil and go flying. So if you're interested in that, go online and have a look at Anglia Warbirds, and you can take your pick. Okay, Nigel's coming to the end of his display now, so he's going to finish off with a series of flypasts for you. So it's a good opportunity with your cameras to get some nice shots of the aircraft. If you haven't got a camera, give him a wave. Great big greenhouse canopy of that aircraft gives you a good all-round vision, and he will be able to see you. And there you go, he's waving to you, so give him a wave. Okay, so Nigel's working hard in the cockpit at the moment. He's just put the gear down. That sounds easy, doesn't it? Put the gear down. Not in this aircraft. You need muscles of steel to pump up your pressure to then be able to put that gear down. He'll also be checking in his cockpit. Has he got all the lights on? Has he got the stalks? So he knows his gear is down. He'll be watching the speed, slowing the aircraft down to bring it into land. So there we go, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. That was the Anglian Warbirds Harvard. That was Nigel Wilson flying it. And again, if you want to fly in that aircraft, I'm afraid you've got to fly with Nigel as well. Go on the website, Anglian Warbirds. Thank you very much and have a good afternoon.
Debs, thank you for that. Now we'll be seeing Nigel again.
Oh, you will?
He'll be flying the Beech Stagger Wing later on, and you will be back to do that for us?
Correct. Yes, I'll come up and do some Stagger Wing stuff for you.
Oh. Now the next two aeroplanes we're going to bring in are adversaries. And before they arrive, we should say we'd like very much to thank the Imperial War Museum Duxford, because we seem to have nicked almost all of their airworthy aeroplanes today. And particularly like to thank the Aircraft Restoration Company and John and Amanda Romain, on both of them, getting their MBEs. And if you look behind us, above, we have what we're calling our victory formation. A Messerschmitt 109 and a North American P-51D. Before the Messerschmitt arrives, for the buffs in the audience, this is a post-war Rolls-Royce Merlin-powered, Spanish-built Hispano-Buchon. But as far as I'm concerned, it's a Messerschmitt. Coming in from your right, the victory formation. called a Buchon because the Rolls-Royce Merlin 500 in the nose gives it a very bulbous lower cowling, and Buchon, as you will know, is the name for a pigeon with a large crop. Hispano Aviation got a license to build Messerschmitts for Franco's fascist regime, and by 1954 they'd run out of German engines and were using Rolls-Royce. Buchon saw action in the Spanish Sahara on ground attack work. They were all retired by 1965. But by then, another use had been found for them. Group Captain Hamish Mahadi been asked by film director Guy Hamilton to find Hankels and Messerschmitts for his 1968 film released the following year, Battle of Britain, and this machine starred in that film. Both of our Victory formation aeroplanes, the Mustang you'll see shortly, are film stars. And as the Messerschmitt audaciously does a victory roll over the airfield, I think it's time for the opposition. And diving down in hot pursuit, P-51D Mustang Miss Helen. Now Miss Helen is a genuine World War II veteran. blue nose, used to signify the Mustangs of the 352nd Fighter Group, gave them their nickname, the Blue-Nosed Somethings of Bodmy, where they were based. They got a bead on the Messerschmitt. And this time, it's the Mustang that can celebrate. Post-war, Miss Helen went on to serve with the Royal Swedish Air Force and then the nascent Israeli Air Force. And it was salvaged as a plaything in a kibbutz in Israel. I said both aeroplanes were film stars. The Messerschmitt was in Battle of Britain. Miss Helen was one of the escorts in the David Putnam film released in 1990, Memphis Belle. You'll be hearing more about that film later. Messerschmitt dispatched, the obligatory victory roll. Whistling you can hear is the flute-like noise of the air running across the open barrels of the 6 machine guns, 3 in each wing. Ladies and gentlemen, coming in from your right for its final pass, the exceptional North American P-51D Mustang, Miss Helen. Give them a wave. And now, we go way down the powertrain. 4 tiny motorcycles of the air. They're called Turbulence. And this is the Tiger Club Turb formation team. Each one powered by a converted Volkswagen car engine, 1600cc, about 30 horsepower. I should think the Ashtray in the P-51 is a bit more powerful.
Just listening to the crowd there, Ken, bit of a murmur as to why 3 chaps are walking out onto the runway there with some poles and what looks like a duvet cover with, I don't know what's inside it, balloons
well,
maybe?
You know, it takes all kinds, doesn't it?
Are they just sort of like taking a shortcut across the runway? What's going on?
Don't do this at home, folks, or even here. But there must be some method in their madness. It's just a good shopping day, you think?
No idea. Maybe we'll find out in a minute.
As the Turbs come round, the Tiger Club display team have been displaying for over 60 years. That's longer than the Red Arrows. They like low level. You'll get used to this. Their team leader tells me that they know if they're going too high, because at 700 feet they all get a nosebleed. Ladies and gentlemen, the Turb team. Cameras ready. Now, we're used to formation flying already in our packed routine today, but in these small-powered open cockpit machines, it's ever so demanding. They're keeping a beautiful tight formation despite the ever-changing wind. And as they come through in line abreast, the shopping expedition below appears to be a bit of a tiff. They've sort of broken up, but they put a sort of dog kennel down on the runway.
the chap with the quilt cover and the balloons has decided he's wandering right over there. What is he doing?
Well, I think time will tell. This team, on their commentary notes, do say every time something different. And having commentated on them over the years, they're spot on with that. Look at that lovely formation.
Always starting to make sense. Well, maybe a little bit anyway. Is that a balloon I see?
That looks like a balloon to me. It's traveling at a rate of knots, isn't it? Ladies and gentlemen, in front of you, get your cameras ready. And there's the brake, beautifully done.
Well, back on the ground, things are changing all the time with these guys putting... No. That can't be... What is that?
That can't be a washing line, can it? I mean, if it is, those smalls are very small. Well, it's a good drying day.
It's a very good drying day. I mean, what's that all about? Surely those... No.
Well, the pale blue machine is being flown by Richard Meredith, and I think he's probably going to show us what all this is about. Oh,
hey!
Yellow one from this end. Oh, they're going through it. Fantastic. And now, on his second show, that's Alex Rainier in only his second show. Bless him, brilliant stuff. That sort of flying, exacting. And I would not want to be one of those people hanging onto the washing line.
We go back in for a second load, I'd have thought.
So they're attacking the washing from two directions. This takes perfect coordination. And probably more than a little fabric softener. Sizzling through, that's Richard Farey. So far, full success. Incredible.
Full house.
Richard Meredith coming through again. Yes. Alex Rainier. David Brothers, 4 faults. victory. And I don't blame you, lads. Put the washing down. They're probably very, very dry by now. Hastily running out of the way. Again, I don't blame them. I have been told that the Turbulent has a military role. No idea what. Here they come back in again. Oh, good grief, they're bombing. Unbelievable accuracy. That dog kennel is in peril. Now, don't worry, folks. The bombs are flour. And the question on everybody's lips, what sort of flour? Plain flour. Now, there's no need to groan that much. My life's been leading up to that line. Here they come again. Oh! Direct hit. Ah! Who'd have thought such military might could be had in such a small machine? Oh! Surely that dog kennel has taken too much already. Ah, look, Tom, you were right. They're now going from bombers to interceptors. Balloons, masses of them. Well, one. That's a very, very small target.
Oh! He touched it.
Zooming in. Oh, that's one very worried balloon. Oh. Yes! When our pilot gets down, he will taxi in and apply a balloon symbol to the side of his Turbulent. If he gets 5 of them, he becomes an ace.
This is looking good. It's looking good.
Yeah! Bombers, interceptors, is there no end to their talent?
This is going to be tricky.
Yo!
But he's got it.
This is so difficult.
Come on.
Ah!
Yes, again.
Making it look so easy now. Ooh, so close. Now, even as balloons are still launched, the Turb team are going to tail chase to form up into a loose line astern. And with their open cockpits, they're going to be waving at you shortly as they come past, and we're going to give them the best of old Buckingham waves. And with these low-powered aeroplanes, they'll hear you as well. So as they come round, they'll wave at you, you can wave at them, and they will hear you cheering. And while they're forming up, let's put our hands together for their amazing ground crew in the line of fire. Or is that in the line of flower?
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Turb team pilots, Richard Meredith, Richard Vari, Alex Rainier, and David Brothers. What a fantastic routine. Ladies and gentlemen, the Tiger Club Turb team.
Give them a big wave, everyone. They can see you. They're waving at you. Huge waves.
Now as the Turb team land on, one of our unique, I think, features of the Old Buckingham Show, we are declaring a break, a 15-minute break before we start again. Time for you to stretch your legs, find some food, food village there, lots to go and see, and we will reconvene in 15 minutes.
We certainly will. And it gives us a chance to go and have a chat to people in the crowd, which we'll go and do in just a few minutes' time. See who we've got here today and where they're from. Your messages have been coming in thick and fast, though, and Ken, you mentioned the food village there. Hi to the Johnson family. We had bacon in our sandwiches, but it slipped out and Emo, our dog, ate the lot. So we're going to the food village. Very happy, smiley-faced dog. Not so happily for the Johnson family. Although, to be fair, you can get anything you want from the food village, so go give it a look. And Elizabeth Burley, looking forward to the Typhoon and Sally B and enjoying. By the way, if you know what we're talking about here, we said at the start of the day we would find the most bizarre combinations of sandwiches in your picnics. So Liz is enjoying a lunchbox of sandwiches including brie and grape. Nice. Plus raspberry, cucumber, cranberry and carrot. All in the same sandwich. That's going to give you some roughage. I like this one though. Chris Weiler. In my lunchbox, Scotch eggs dipped in gin. Don't knock it till you try it. He says it gives it a twist.
Right, now, our Deputy Flying Display Director, Rick Peacock Edwards, has written a book called Rate of Climb, and for a tornado driver, that's a very, very appropriate title. If he's managed to get there in time, he's at the Grub Street stand, where the inimitable John Davis has got copies of the book, which will doubtless be signed for you. And they are alongside the information centre in the middle of the arena. You can't miss it. Rick Peacock Edwards, our Deputy Flying Display Director, Rate of Climb. His book published now by Grub Street. Go and see John Davis by the information centre.
Centre pages of your official souvenir programme, the full map of all you can see on the ground. So as Ken said, go stretch your legs. May wander down to the west, the far western side, to the military displays. Would you hear? The classic cars. And we mentioned that food village a minute ago. They have something for everyone. These are Norfolk vendors. They are finest quality food and beverage providers. They are vetted by the team for only the finest quality. And it is great to see them here once again today. Right, let's go and have a chat with people in the crowd and find out what we've got going on today. I'm going to do my little bit under the fence here. Hello. Right, let's find some people to talk to here. And you know, there's always someone who goes, talk to him, and points to someone. So, what's your name, sir?
Andy.
Where are you from, Andy?
Cossey.
From Cossey, just up the road. And who's this with you here today?
This is my daughter, Bella.
Hello, Bella. Oh, Bella's gone all shy, drawing away there. I tell you what, you've got a lot of stuff in your picnic here. I might go through it in a minute and take some stuff back to the commentary point. We've got nice cornflake cluster bites, shortbread, ginger. Oh, we've got it all in there. So tell me, what's the thing that you've maybe come here to see today? The whole lot or anything in particular?
The whole lot. Really have. I really do enjoy it. So.
Have you been before?
A couple of years ago. So I was unfortunate we couldn't do it last year, but yeah, glad to come this year.
Well, you certainly have the seats of the house here, don't you? What time did you come and kind of pitch up?
Just after 10, 10:15.
We've got an eager beaver here. All right, and all these people that were kind of mocking you as I was talking to you there, Andy. Should we go and talk to them? Someone said it's because he's old. That's disgraceful. I'm going to have to put this microphone in your face now. What's your name?
I'm Jane.
And how do you know this man?
That's my best friend's husband.
Best friend's husband. Okay. And are you the best friend?
Yes.
You're not now, though, are you? Now I've dragged you into this. What's your name?
Carol.
All right, Carol. Is that just Coca-Cola in that can or something stronger?
No, it's definitely Coca-Cola. Just Coca-Cola.
So tell me, they're taking pictures now. Tell me, are you here to enjoy the whole lot, or is there anything in particular that you're looking forward to?
Well, we brought my daughter here for the obviously the army stuff because she's learning about that at school, but he wants the air show.
What's that? What? You're here for the air show. Your name, sir?
Sean.
Sean, what are you looking forward to?
All of it.
You've enjoyed it so far, great. And anything in particular that you have seen so far in the skies that you've gone, wow, that's my kind of thing?
Yes, the model airplane and the real airplane.
The extra is great, isn't it? How they can combine that act when there's someone in the sky and somebody on the ground. It's amazing. Anyway, have a fantastic rest of the display. We'll wander this way and have a chat with some more people. It's funny how everybody gets out of their seat when they know I'm coming. That's strange, that, isn't it? Hello, hello. How are we all doing down this end? We got some nice food on the go. Oh, that looks nice. Nice flapjack there. Who wants to talk to me? Hello. You're going to stretch over this fence. What's your name, sir?
Riley.
Riley. And anything in particular looking forward to, or that you've seen that you've gone, wow, that's my kind of thing?
The model plane and that red one.
Yeah, the extra, that's amazing, isn't it, that? Are you up for a big, loud, noisy plane?
Yeah.
You might just see something later on which is going to kind of blow the skies away. And which school do you go to, Riley?
Drayton Junior.
Fantastic, so you're here from Drayton. Are these people here with you as well? Who are these people? What's your name? Taya. Wow. And what's your name? Gracie. And you've got front row.
Gorgeous sight of the Turbs taxiing in out there. I think my favourite display team. I think it's not even close. The audience engagement you get during a Turb display, especially here actually, Old Buckingham, the crowd seeming to be very engaged with the display, particularly the Turb team. The oohs and the ahs as the balloons were popped, the limbos were limboed, were fantastic. But actually more than that, the audience here seeming to be quite engaged with pretty well any manoeuvre, a bit of an opposition break and things, getting everyone very excited, which is wonderful. It's part of that family atmosphere that Old Buckingham seems to have, and looking across a sellout crowd here, isn't it a wonderful sight, which you can't see at the moment because I'm pointing in the camera the wrong way, but it's a fantastic sight to see a busy air show, because it's been a while, hasn't it? Let's face it. Hope you enjoyed the show, everyone, and I'll check in with the chat in a minute. If you've got any questions for me or the team here that are producing the live broadcast, do drop us a line. If you've got any requests of old archive material you might like to see as part of the show later on, feel free to throw them our way. No guarantees whatsoever. I'll be able to have time to drag them out, but you know, any queries, any questions you may have, please do feel free to pop those on the YouTube chat, which is the one that I'm monitoring. So good to see you all, and Chris on the chat there doing a really good job of keeping everyone up to date. It's lovely to see. And James saying how fun that was. Yes, quite right. And great work, great camera work. Thank you, James. You know how to charm me. If you are enjoying the show, do give it a like on YouTube or Facebook, wherever you're watching it. Just lets other people know that you're enjoying the show, and they should tune in and hopefully give some people some entertainment this afternoon on a bit of a grey Sunday afternoon at the moment, but cloud allowing for a decent show, and we should be grateful we're not getting rained on or the wind's not too strong. So we're looking like a good full flying display. And I don't know about you, but weather like this makes me think we might get a bit of moisture for the Typhoon, a bit of vapour on the top wings, so I'm quite looking forward to that. And the dark conditions as well, meaning you get quite bright reheats on the aircraft as well. It's all very dramatic stuff, and I'll be going in nice and tight for those, not too tight on the telephoto camera, hopefully to give you some dramatic views of that, which is on at, he says, reaching for his phone. So after the break, which is, if you haven't gathered, we are now in, we're in a break until about 3 minutes to 3, so about less than 10 minutes. We'll be going back with the extra piloted by James, so name I've forgotten. Relatively new display pilot on the circuit, so nice to see new display items. As we said with Paul yesterday with the Marchetti, you know, isn't it great? People taking the time to build up a display sequence, build up currency, get a display authorization, and yeah, use a bit of their weekends to come out to air shows. So extra pilot doing that for us at 3 minutes to 3. Then two pilots who've spent a lot of their weekends giving up time toward air shows for Bonham. Steve Jones in the Matadors. Looking forward to seeing them after the extra at about 7 minutes past 3. Following that, we had Christoph chatting to us yesterday, pilot of the Cap 10. A really elegant display. We talked about powerful ailerons on that aeroplane, just seeming to be able to roll from zero airspeed, well not zero, but relatively low airspeed. Quite a imaginative sequence, and yeah, some spirit in that display. I really enjoyed it, and I hope you will too. At about 3:20. Following that, I can see Clive Denning now climbing all over a Hurricane. He'll be displaying for us later on. Beautiful aeroplane, and one that sat very close to us. And just swinging the camera around to give you a view. There's the Tiger Moss taxi out as well. Gosh, this is airshow magic. I love it. And so the Hurricane will be displaying for us at 3:23. Yeah, that's the Cat follows, having taken off prior to Hurricane. Fireflies flying after Cat 10, and then Marchetti will display after the Fireflies, and then it's the Berlin 1 and 2, the Storch with the Cub in a dogfight sequence. Quite a imaginative sequence with some I won't spoil the surprise for you, but an engagement between Storch and Cub. That's an imaginative and fun sequence, and that will bring us through to the break, which will break between Storch, Cub, and then after that we'll have Typhoon, staggering, and a lovely sequence towards the end from around about 5 o'clock of B-17 Sally B, and then Spitfire MH434 bringing the show to a close. It'll be a really nice sequence that to close out what will have been, and I glimpse nervously into the horizon as I see sort of showers off to our west, and the wind's coming from the north, so we should be safe from those. But all being well, we're looking at another good afternoon's flying, which has been the pattern of the recent shows that we've done. Quite sketchy forecast, but you'd never trust the weather forecast in the UK, especially if it's for showers with 30% chance. It might as well be sun cream you're putting on rather than a raincoat for a forecast like that. So that's what we're faced with this afternoon. It's all looking good, and so stick around for the flying, which starts again. Well, we'll get these Tiger Moths taking off, shall we? How about that, Andrew? Let's have some Tiger Moths taking off for a little while. Sight as they all dart off onto the horizon, and a great performance. Seeing those guys jinking around in the fairly stiff breeze we had earlier on today. I mean, even frankly, when the air's calm as anything, they seem to manage to jink around. So it's always an enjoyable sight. The Tiger 9 team there. James, you're being kind about camera work again, and Dennis saying lovely sky on the island today. Yes, isn't it? And what was the other question I just saw on the chat? Got a shot of you yesterday with your legs out. My legs are always out, bar. Not uncommon at all. And Chuck saying, is this 4:30 for the Typhoon? About 16:37, I think. So stick around for that, everybody. We saw a massive spike in views during that display. It's clearly a highlight. And James asking, are you planning to live broadcast any other shows this year? So yes, I am. And Phil Hood's wandering around down here, organiser at Duxford. I'm planning to be there on Wednesday. That's not 100% firm yet. I haven't had a proper chat with him, but I'm also planning to live broadcast it solo. So if you want to see a man spinning plates, tune in on Wednesday if we do indeed go ahead with that. Another thing I'm planning to do is the Sidmouth show, relatively close to me, That's towards the tail end of August. I'm having a bit of a break, but I'll probably appear at Duxford during the month for the flying days. Hope you've been enjoying those, free to view on Planes TV's YouTube and Facebook. Yeah, the Sidmouth show, I know a spot down there. I probably shouldn't broadcast this to a couple of thousand people, but yeah, I know a spot that I'd like to try live streaming from. Again, probably a solo effort, that one, but probably get some quite dramatic stuff. So yeah, so that gonna give that one a whirl. Any clips of Shoreham shows would be ace, says Quantum World. We live there and we miss it so much. We miss it too. I do have some nice Shoreham stuff, probably that would tie in nicely with some of the show action here. I'll see what I can do, Quantum World, for the tail end of the show, or potentially, I'll tell you what, sign up for the email newsletter at planestv.com. Head to the bottom of the page, the email newsletter on there. I'll try and bring us pop some Shoreham material out, because we haven't done that for a long while, and I'd like to do that. So the email newsletter I send out personally once a week. It's a nice way of keeping in contact, and you can reply to it, so it's a bit of a two-way conversation. I really do appreciate those people who take the time to reply to that and give me a bit of encouragement and a nudge out the door. These things are expensive to produce, and no one's paying us to be here, so any but you know, email newsletter is a good way of keeping in touch with what we're doing when we're doing it, and I might occasionally suggest that you purchase something as well on those email newsletters, but it's not a hard sales push, I promise. I'll save that for in a moment. Love that you are doing these live, says Michael and Julia Claridge. Thank you. I love doing them too. I am, as I said in my little video yesterday, I'm really just on my way to holiday in Norfolk, hence maybe not doing quite so many shows through August, but this was an absolute no-brainer. And it's interesting, Quantum World talking about Shoreham, because there is that similar vibe, perhaps not quite the size, but although you wouldn't know it looking at the audience I see in front of me, but it's a similar sort of family atmosphere, to a Shoreham show. And what have we got here? Extra going off. Get Adam to grab the extra going off. So that's James heading off. I think we'll get ready. I better hop back on camera, bring you a few more flying displays. Do give the video a like.
Boeing 737. James Hepner started flying at 14 and got his private pilot's license at 7. By then he was already hooked on aerobatics. He's been flying he's been flying an extra for 6 years now, and his mentor is the incredible Diana Britton. Diana won't mind me saying that she's in her 70s and still flying spectacular aerobatic routines. Ladies and gentlemen, from your left, James Hempner in the extra. Low wing extra 300L. Holding it on the prop. Kick the rudder. Build the momentum. Like many of the display pilots here today at Old Buckingham, James was on the ground before, walking himself through the display, using his hands to show the attitude of the aeroplane, to remember the routine that you see before you now. James thoroughly enjoys his job as a 737 captain. He says that it's aerobatics that most thrills him. At the same time, he'd like to say, if you ever find yourself on a Boeing 737 and it says Captain Hempner speaking, he's not going to put you through this sort of thing. A beautiful series of kicks ends James's display, a lyrical formation exhibition. Thanks, James. James Hepner down on the runway. And now we double up the number of aerobatic aeroplanes and we increase considerably the performance levels. As you will have seen in the program, and the inimitable Matt Wilkins showing one of the exploits of our two pilots, Paul Bonhomme and Steve Jones, flying through a hangar. All over East Anglia at the moment, every hangar has been closed just in case. Ladies and gentlemen, running in from your left, the Red Bull Matadors, Paul Bonhomme and Steve Jones. They are flying ultra high-tech Extrema XA41s. Both pilots have long careers with the Red Bull racing team and have flown you name it. And since 2004, this team, the Matadors, hence the name, have been sponsored by Red Bull. Paul Bonhomme is the leader, and he describes his role as to startle, surprise and amaze the crowd, and not to do the same at all for his wingman Steve. Holding on the prop, falling back through their own smoke. Paul started off helping to clean the hangar at White Waltham in Berkshire after school and was hooked. He learned to fly in 1981. He's always enjoyed aerobatics amongst the many other things that he's done. Airline pilot, air taxi pilot, flying instructor. On goes the smoke. There goes the brake. Steve Jones has been flying aerobatics almost from his first lesson when he was 19. He's done banner towing all the way through to being a Boeing 747 jumbo captain. Dropping down, an eyeball to eyeball maneuver. Now these two, like most pilots, perhaps all pilots, are romantics. And to prove it, as the smoke goes back on, ladies and gentlemen, a heart in the sky. All together now. Ah, brilliant. With the cloud base as it is, that was compelling, dynamic flying. And a roll, a casual roll, but in the vertical. And now we start a tail chase to join up into formation. Twisting around the smoke. Back into line astern. And a roll at the top. And turning back round now for their last pass Paul Bonhomme, Steve Jones, and the incredible Red Bull Matadors. On goes the smoke. Put your hands together. And starting up, Clive Denny in the gorgeous historic aircraft collection, Hurricane Mark 12. And the Matadors land on. Going through his checks. Meanwhile, entering the runway, the Captain, Christophe Simon. We'll see him flying later. Clive going through power checks on the Rolls-Royce Merlin engine. What a beautiful sight. Hurricane took the brunt of the Battle of Britain. The Spitfire is the one that's most remembered, but this is the workhorse of that conflict. Clive and his wife Linda run a company called Vintage Fabrics at Owdley End in Essex, and they specialise in refabricating, repainting, ideally historic aeroplanes, and there are several, including the Hurricane, that are all the better for his attention to detail. Clive started out as a volunteer backing and supporting the B-17 Sally B in 1974. Well and truly bitten by the bug, he was flying from 1982 on Tiger Moths with Cambridge Flying Group at Cambridge Airport, Teversham. A very experienced and very popular warbird pilot. This Hurricane is owned by the Historic Aircraft Collection and is based, like many of the other machines you see today, at Duxford. Like the Spitfire, the Hurricane was a private venture. Sidney Cam at Hawkers decided he would tell the Air Ministry what sort of fighter the Royal Air Force needed. And this was the result. The prototype first flew in November 1935. As he tucks the gear up, just watching it take off is delicious. There's even better to come. Unlike the Spitfire, the Hurricane kept its shape and its overall looks all the way through to when the last one was rolled out at Langley in September 1944. And that was the 14,670th aeroplane, PZ-865. That machine today graces the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight at Coningsby in Lincolnshire. This machine is a Canadian-built Mark 12, built by Canadian Car and Foundry at Fort William and delivered to the Royal Canadian Air Force in 1943. The airframe was restored lovingly by the Historic Aircraft Collection, and it first flew in private hands in 1989. In 2005, this machine and the Historic Aircraft Collection Spitfire Mark V carried out an ambition of Clive's, and he was the central person in sorting it. Under the Operation Defender's Return, the Spitfire Mark V and this Hurricane transited to the island of Malta, where they were given rapturous applause by the islanders. aeroplane is painted in the colours of 303 Polish Squadron. Wasn't that simply beautiful? Ladies and gentlemen, coming through now for his final pass, Clive Denny in the Historic Aircraft Collections, Hurricane 12. Sheer magic. And as Clive brings the beautiful Hurricane down onto our historic runway here at Old Buckingham, Clive taxiing in for fuel. And if you look behind you, our next act, Christophe Simon. You saw him take off earlier. And these are his words, not mine. He's an aircraft-mad Frenchman. What you're going to see is lyrical aerobatics in a French aeroplane, the Cap 10. Christophe has wanted to be a fighter pilot with the French Air Force, but at the age of 10, an optician told him his eyesight was too poor. He eventually got his PPL age 35, and as he says, so much time wasted. Ladies and gentlemen, lyrical aerobatics from Christophe Simon in the Cap 10. The Turb team that you saw earlier belong to the Tiger Club, and this Cap 10 also is a Tiger Club machine, and it's a firm favourite with pilots learning the art of aerobatics. Christophe entered the UK National Aerobatic Championships in 2019 and is determined to go further in trophy work with aerobatics. He loves flying the Tiger Moths of the Tiger Club, and if that were not enough, he also adores paragliding. He's a sales director in the aerospace industry. I suspect, being a Frenchman, that will be Airbus. Talking to me earlier, Christophe said that Cap 10 made the headlines in France in 1991 when one was stolen from the airfield at Tissot-le-Noble outside of Paris and was flown through the Arc de Triomphe and under the Eiffel Tower. Christophe is at pains to say it wasn't him. Cap 10 is side-by-side two-seater, ideal for instruction and in single-seat form. As you can see, a very capable aerobatic mount. This machine was built in Normandy in 1973, and the Cap 10 is a refined and enhanced version of Claude Piel's Super Emeraude, which first appeared in 1968. Now, Tiger Club, based in Essex, you can come and fly with them. You could come and fly with Christoph in this very aeroplane. Take a look on the web and see what magic the Tiger Club have to offer. Ladies and gentlemen, fabulous aerobatics from Christoph Simon, who's waving at you. Give him a wave back. Fabulous. Down on our runway, our next act. Two Vans RV4s of the Fireflies team. Throttles forward and they're rolling. Team leader is John Gowdy, and in his words, he's been a hangar rat since he was 14. He learnt to fly by osmosis. In other words, a natural-born pilot. Started off on gliders, and then got his private pilot's license. 6 years with the Coventry-based Air Atlantique, flying such delightful aeroplanes as the de Havilland Dragon Rapide, the Douglas DC-3, Scottish Aviation Twin Pioneer, and others. In 2010, he did a stint with the British Antarctic Survey, flying de Havilland Canada Twin Otters. He's currently a captain on Boeing 767s. John's number 2 is Andy Durston. He got his private pilot's license at 19, flying out of Manston in Kent, and further flying the University Air Squadron between 2001 and 2003, whereupon he joined the Royal Navy. And we're paused for a moment. Christophe Simon has, in the jargon, had an excursion off the runway. He's not damaged, neither is the aeroplane. Our safety crews will go and sort him out. So we press the pause button for a moment or two. Just bear with us, ladies and gentlemen. We need to recover the Cap 10 from the side of the runway. A bit more brawn is needed to manhandle the aeroplane. Ladies and gentlemen, coming in directly at you, the Fireflies, smoke on. The aeroplanes are a pair of Vans RV4s, the most successful build-it-yourself sports plane in the world. Over 9,000 have been built. Up they go into a loop, pull back, pull back, pull back. John says that the RV4 has a third of the weight of a Volkswagen Golf, but it's got 160 horsepower under its bonnet, if you will. He calls that a hot rod. And Christoph Simon taxiing the lovely Cap 10 off the runway, it and much more importantly him unscathed by that. Clive Denny shuts down the Hurricane and the Fireflies are overhead. I was busy telling you that the wingman Andy Durston joined the Royal Navy in 2005. Through primary training on the Slingsby Firefly, onto the short Staccato, and then the hot stuff, Hawker Siddeley Hawk and the incomparable, much missed Harrier. He left the Royal Navy in 2012 and is now a captain on Airbus A320s. Fireflies barrel rolling.
I'll come back. It's no problem.
And they climb up, getting ready for a wing over. Boot the rudder. Nose is down, building up the energy. Back on the stick. Pull, pull, pull. And all the way over into a loop. Stand by, Fireflies. There goes the brake. Now let's see if we can go for another one. A substantially more generous heart there. Ladies and gentlemen, John Gowdy, Andy Durston, the Fireflies aerobatic team. And rolling away, Paul Friedland. In what a lot of people describe as the Ferrari of the air. But I think we'll bring things a lot more local and call it the Lotus Emira of the air. It's owned and flown by Paul Friedland, and he knows a thing about cars. He's an engineer for Cosworth, based in Northampton. His aeroplane is a Sia Marchetti SF-260. First flown in 1964 in prototype form. It's a high-performance two-seater designed by the flamboyant Italian Stelio Frati. And it's become a major military training aeroplane, and for the lucky few, a fully aerobatic, fast-performing tourer. That prototype I mentioned in 1964 was followed by number 002. That's the aeroplane that Paul owns and is flying in front of us now. It's the oldest, therefore the oldest flying SF-260. And he says that it lives up very much to its sports car-like looks. It is sleek, it is fast, and it is agile. Paul's been flying 13 years, got his aerobatic rating in 2016. He says he had to discover aerobatics. He said he could never get the knack of flying straight and level. So become a display pilot, and you don't need to. Ladies and gentlemen, Paul Friedland, the SF-260. Over 500 of these aeroplanes have been built, mostly for military customers. Some with turboprop engines, this one, that's the second machine, with a piston engine. If you recognize the shape and you're a Bond fan like me, the 2008 film starring Daniel Craig, Quantum of Solace, whilst he was flying his very bedraggled Douglas DC-3 over the desert, he was bounced by a turboprop version of these, and in typical Bond, James Bond style, he managed to force the SF-260 ever lower into a valley with the inevitable explosion and departure of the enemy. And that was just before Bond pulled off that astounding vertical climb in a DC-3. Ferrari of the Air, Lotus Elmira, whichever you care to call it. Paul Friedman, very proud owner of a very, very sleek high-performance aeroplane. Sia Marchetti SF260. Still available on special order from Air Macchi in Germany. In Italy, I do apologize. I knew I was going to go wrong somewhere. Paul Friedland down in the SF-260. Now we change the scene. We're 40 miles due west of Berlin. 12th of April, 1945. The Allies, be that Britain and the United States, or the Soviet Union, are bearing down in two different directions on the capital of the Reich. 12th of April, 1945. 3 days later, the Russians make it, and there is severe and savage street-to-street fighting in the German capital. Below, in the Führer bunker, the Third Reich is nearing its end. And on the last day of the month, Hitler committed suicide. 8 days later, 8th of May, 1945, Europe celebrated victory. The struggle in the Pacific, of course, was to go on until August. The small grass strip on that day, first lieutenant, I suppose he would be first lieutenant, Duane Francis, pilot of an L-4 Cub, small unarmed spotter plane designed to be the eyes of the 71st Armoured Field Battalion, 5th Armoured Division, is being briefed. His aeroplane, astoundingly, appropriately, is actually named Miss Me. He was a medical student, he was drafted, but after the war became a very successful doctor. So he's being briefed on a mission to go looking for German tanks, German artillery, that might block the Allies' advance on Berlin. Then suddenly, into the sky comes an amazing aeroplane, and there it is, a Fieseler Fi-156 Storch, the ultimate short takeoff and landing aeroplane, used widely by the Germans throughout the war for some incredible exploits. And as you can see, speed is not really one of its options. Drooping flaps, drooping ailerons, and the slats at the front, a Handley Page developed. And before several buffs in the audience raced towards me, this particular aeroplane is a 70% scale replica of the Fieseler Storch, and it's really annoyed Duane Francis. He's getting into the air. He's got a sidearm. He's got the ubiquitous Colt 45, but that's all he's got. But he's got to get this machine. He doesn't know it, but this day is going to mark the final shoot down in Western Europe. And he's the man that's going to do it. The Storch is very, very maneuverable. Duane has opened the side door on the Cub. He's livid. He can't let this go. With the intelligence that the German pilot has found, the American armor is in jeopardy. How can he do this? How can he possibly use a sidearm to bring down the enemy? He has to get close, fly his aeroplane, and use his gun. To bring it down, he's either got to kill the German pilot or take a punishing hit on the Argus AS-10 engine of the Storch. Let's see, can he get a bead on it? Yes, let's try. Well, he's frightened him, as we probably frightened most of the audience. Please tell me they're blanks. This is going to be a momentous shot if he makes it. He's got one hand on the stick, one on his Colt 45. The German doing all he can to throw the little cub off the chase. Could be close again. Holding his gun, making sure he doesn't shoot his own propeller. Can he get close? Got him in the turn. Now's the moment. The Germans rattled, but not unmoved. Another shot should do it. He's trailing smoke, he's trailing oil. The last bizarre shoot down of the European theatre is at hand. The German scans his instruments. His machine is mortally wounded. He needs to bring it down. But this is the airfield that the Cub had come off. And there are Americans everywhere. It's ultra short landing, so he can bring it down. And he's down. And a reception committee, I'm pretty sure, is getting ready for him as Lieutenant Duane Francis runs past, suddenly realizing, as a humble L4 pilot, he's suddenly joined the ranks of those that have a victory over an enemy airplane. The last shoot down of World War II. Our German and research has never found out who he was. Taxis his wounded Storch in, and he knows he's in for a hot reception. So, shot down by a Colt 45, here's the reception committee. And I know it's a cliche, but our troops are going to say something like, "Okay, bud, for you, the war is over." So our gallant German flyer, stepping outside, being greeted in a very polite way. He has only one question of his captors, and his question is, "Gentlemen, can I have your Instagram address?" And they say, "Of course, we are the last dogfight display team." Satisfied with the Instagram address, our man applauds his captors And let's face it, we should be good to him. He's had a really bad day at the office. And here's Lieutenant Dwayne Francis. Can't believe his luck. A shoot down. Does this mean promotion? Ladies and gentlemen, this event truly happened. Reenacting it in this way is brilliant. Oh! Look at that, 1945, and people were greeting themselves then by bumping elbows. Who knew? Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. What an exceptional act. A piece of unknown history.
How enjoyable was that? Fantastic. Right, some other mentions. Naomi Bridge. Hi to you and the family. Jeremy Beddoes on holiday from Manchester, loving the show. Hi to Kath, Sue and Graham. Pete and Emma Welch. The kids have loved the show. It's their first one, particularly the Pop the Balloons. We all love that. Hi to Olivia and Frankie. And Joyce Bishop from Norwich is here with Dennis and Cecil. Happy birthday to you, Joyce, on your big 8-0.
Now, folks, because the timing of the show has just slipped a little bit, we are going to get you ready for the next act. And, well, it's Typhoon. And we need seriously to talk to you, because one of the things about the Typhoon is that it's noisy. It's sudden, it's quick, and did I say it's noisy? All of you, no matter what age, should get used to this idea that it's going to be screaming at you. One of the things I would definitely point out one of the things we need to say to you is not just the youngsters, the elderly, anybody of your need to be ready for this. Most importantly, you wonderful people that have brought your dogs, and especially I'm talking to Alfie, the quadruped now. We need you all, well, they're intelligent things. Reason with them that there's a Mach 2 fighter lingering at the is bearing down on this airfield. So seriously, folks, it's going to make noise. It's going to make sudden noise.
So a little bit of prep work. Ken, the Typhoon is going to come in from which direction?
Yes. I reckon it'll be the Snettisham end if it's doing its usual thing. The aeroplane's call sign will give you an idea about how the Royal Air Force regard this amazing machine. It's called Anarchy 1. And it may be anarchy, but it's flown by a man called Sainty, Flight Lieutenant James Sainty. And he's a qualified flying instructor with 29 Squadron at Coningsby. That's the Typhoon Operational Conversion Unit. I'm saying all of this now because later on, nobody will hear anything. He joined the Royal Air Force in 2009 on the brand new Hawk Mark II, and went straight to Typhoon training. 6th Squadron at Lossiemouth, 4 years, 3 tours at Mount Pleasant Airfield, protecting the airspace of the Falklands, and 2 sessions on Operation Shader. He has 40 live operational missions in the skies over Iraq and Syria against the forces of the so-called ISIS. His aeroplane is a Typhoon FGR-4 Eurofighter. Typhoon Eurofighter, built by a fabulous consortium of the United Kingdom, Germany, Italy and Spain. It's fully fly-by-wire. It has incredible flying characteristics. Center stick, computer controlled, no physical linkage between the aeroplane's control surfaces. I'll come back to that later on. This is a cutting-edge machine. It's envied across the world. It's still in production in Germany, in Italy, in Spain, and in Preston, in good old Britain. It's a fourth generation fighter. It's been in Royal Air Force service since 2003. Britain is already working on its replacement, Project Tempest, and we've enlisted Sweden and Italy to help us in this multinational product. So now we await the arrival of Sainty.
So we think, from the left, we think you will see the tornado. Sorry, you'll see the Typhoon before, and probably hear it before it arrives, if yesterday is anything to go by. And this thing was so loud, car alarms in the car park probably don't stand much of a chance. People are on their feet as I walk on down to the crowd here, wanting to see it for themselves. You're looking forward to this, guys, yeah? Oh, yeah. What was that?
Oh, yes.
Oh, yes. What's your name?
Gary.
Gary, where are you from?
Gainsborough.
From Gainsborough, and you're on your feet. You've got your big lens on your camera there. This is something spectacular, right? Have you seen a Typhoon before?
I have. I've actually lived at Coningsby.
Have you ever been to Old Buck before?
No, first visit.
Well, I'll tell you what, you're in for a real treat. It's like an old friend to you, isn't it? I'll let you set up on your camera there. We are just checking because as this appears, there's no chance you're going to hear anything out of the speakers at all. Let's talk to some people over here. What's your name, sir?
That's Matthew.
Matthew, looking forward to seeing this mighty machine.
Yes, sure, of course.
And where are you from?
Wyndham.
Wyndham, oh, just down the road. Well, it's nice you could come out. You could have seen this in your back garden, but it's great that you came and supported us. Anybody give a bit of a cheer? Anyone excited about this? I'm just thinking maybe after 3 we could kind of get you moving a little bit, because this is exciting stuff. Are you ready, Old Buck? After 3, 1, 2, 3. That was pretty good, considering it's a wee bit chilly out here. Now, looking at watches and listening into our little streams from the commentary point, I think we're probably only a couple of minutes away now. And we think it's in from the left. I'll tell you what we'll do, we'll rattle on through some more of these mentions, because as we say, there's absolutely no chance at all as soon as the Typhoon is here that you're going to hear anything that we say. So can we say hello to Dr. Jeremy Radcliffe, please? Of course we can, from Shakira and Vince Bennell. And a massive shout out to all of the wonderful NHS workers. We love you. Shakira, no worries at all. Enjoying the day so much, says Alexandra. Can we say hello to Lee Booth? Getting ready to put our... Oh, this must have come in a little bit earlier on. This was a classic car mention. Don't forget to see the classic cars, ladies and gents, a little bit later on. This is the 1958 Airborne Buick, back on the road after 11 years of being in bits and pieces in boxes all over the house. It looks amazing. We've owned it since 1991, and it's nearly as cool as the airplanes at the show. Well, good luck to you guys, Alexandra and Lee. Hi to the Cornwell family and the Smith family. First ever air show, and what a show it is. No worries, Ellie Jane. Happy 70th birthday to Grandad Vic. Love from Franklin, Amanda and Alan. and Sylvia Betts. Happy 80th birthday. Sylvia enjoying the show. More and more people getting to their feet, Ken. It's nearly time.
Flight Lieutenant James Sainty, Anarchy 1 is talking to air traffic. He's on his way in. He's done the tourist bit at Skegness,
Super quick chat
and he's on his way here.
The show here, the Turb team. Well done, guys. How was that today?
It's fantastic. We've got a great crowd here today and great hospitality.
And the thing I noticed most is with you guys releasing the balloons, the challenge of getting those balloons, but you've got a challenge as well of releasing them at the right time. How do you judge it? Just years of experience?
It is just years of experience. I've been doing it for 22 years now. And like on a windy day, I'll end up running around an airfield like a headless chicken.
Well, it looked fabulous. And a few victories today. Any aces?
I got 3 balloons today, so I was quite proud, and Adam did a good job with the poles.
Yeah, we hit the target today for the first time ever. I've never seen us hit the target, but we got one on the castle, so...
With the flower bombs?
Yeah, it was a great day.
And I saw some flustered hand movements of pyros not going off, I think. So.
Yeah, well, you can't do everything well, but it was a great performance from the team, and I think we've all had fun, and we all had fun.
Well, we certainly enjoyed it. I'm going to cut it fine because we've got Typhoon running in, but thanks so much for making the effort to come and chat.
Thank you very much.
See you again.
Thank you.
computers on board and Saintie's skill mean that they can have the nose way in the air and flying as slow as you want. Look at that. That is a stylish way to end a display. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Flight Lieutenant James Saintie and everyone in the Royal Air Force. Looking after our safety and our security 24/7, 365. Sensational. I hope Alfie enjoyed it. Now, there's loads to come. An icon of the air. B-17G Sally B. She's soon to arrive here. Lots more to see. The hairs on the back of your neck went up for the Typhoon. They will do the same for Sally B.
Wow, what a performance. And what an exit, as you say. Here 1 second, gone the next.
And he's probably back home now. commentator as well. Wake turbulence from a machine like that goes on for quite a while. I say about our security, we live in interesting and potentially dangerous times. The Royal Air Force at Lossiemouth in Scotland and at Coningsby in Lincolnshire keep QRA, quick reaction alert, to put a typhoon into the air at any moment. Investigating a blip on a radar that we know not what. Somebody lost, an airliner not calling up properly, we don't know. But they can get there at speed. And they're ours. BAE Systems at Preston have a production line, and there's one in each of the other national countries, Spain, Italy, and Germany, and we're meeting export orders as well. Our next act is the ubiquitous Nigel Wilson. You saw him earlier displaying the T6 Texan, and he's still keeping the American theme, but a little further back in time, with the Beech 17 Staggerwing, a Cadillac of the skies. Old Buckingham is home to 66% of the UK Staggerwing population, i.e. this one, and one called High Maintenance. It's also here, but not flying today.
So ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, if you want to cast your eyes out to the right, you'll see Nigel Wilson bringing the lovely red Staggerwing round.
What a fabulously relaxed noise. Sorry, Debs, I'm talking about the aeroplane.
It is indeed a lovely 450 horsepower, 9-cylinder radial engine just purring through the sky. This aircraft is a non-aerobatic aircraft, so Nigel will be performing a series of graceful flybys for us, and also, if you're lucky, a nice head-on shot later on for your camera. I think Ken's got some more facts for us.
My facts are factoids. Walter Beech, the owner of the Beechcraft Corporation, was the first customer for this, 1934. Pratt & Whitney Wasp Jr., 450 horsepower. 1934, not the best time to launch an expensive aeroplane. $8,700 new. That was a crippling amount of money. You had to have a serious, I suppose we should use the American term, pocketbook to be able to afford this machine.
Okay, and back in the day, she was no slouch. She was faster than many of the military fighters of the day. And so much so, the Staggerwing held many speed and climb records through the 30s. It won the Texaco Trophy race in 1933, the Benedict's Trophy race in 1936, with a woman at the controls, would you believe? the famous pilot Jacqueline Cochran, who went on to do the Wasps of World War II, which was the American version of the ATA.
Now, why stagger wing? Well, when the Tiger IX were up, you had a very good description of why the front wing on a Tiger Moth is staggered forward, but the lower wing is not. The top wing, the lower wing is not. This is the exact opposite. It's to allow the cockpit, the pilot, to have a look and see, and the top wing is not getting in his way. Also unusual for a biplane. This is not an open cockpit machine, it's an enclosed cockpit. The fuselage fills the gap between the two wings, and, very unusually for a biplane, it's got retractable undercarriage.
Very unusual indeed. I know, and they've also got 6 fuel tanks, most of them, but this particular one here has only got 5. It's missing the rear fuel tank, which actually makes it quite difficult to handle on the ground. It's very light in the tail when taxiing, and so much so, as I'll come to its history a bit later, it was a factor in its accident, which I will come to in a bit.
Well, we talked earlier about the 1930s and the financial collapse and how this machine was heavily priced. With its fuel consumption being the way it is, there are several owners who would attest to the fact that the Beech 17 is the most effective way of turning money into noise. And talking money, if you want one of these today, you need deep pockets, about £500,000.
Now, this aircraft here was bought by Jeff Lynch, who's the owner of the airfield, from South Africa in 2005. The history actually goes back to 1942 when it was built. It was supplied to the US military, but we don't believe that the aircraft actually saw active service. After the war, it was sold off, and according to the logbooks, spent time in Sudan and Angola, probably crop spraying. Okay, if you've got your cameras with you now, now's a good opportunity for a photographic shot. Nigel uses the B-axis to bring it in for a head-on, nice crowd-pleasing manoeuvre. Okay, so going back to the history of the aircraft, when it came back to the UK, a lot of time and money was spent on getting the aircraft flying again. And in its second flight, unfortunately, it was stood up on its nose, and that was in part due to that fuel tank story I told you a little while ago. Because it was very light on the tail, taxiing it around, it did actually stand up on its nose. But that proved to be a blessing in disguise, as when the aircraft was checked over, they found that it was actually in quite a state internally and had to have a complete overhaul. And once it was flying again, there were still loads more issues, so the aircraft was actually dismantled and shipped out to Colorado in the States, where it was worked on for 4 years. Jeff had the aircraft back again in 2012, and after all its work restoring it, it's turned out the 4 wings on the aircraft actually needed real building again. The aircraft was then containerised, and it returned here to the UK in 2019, and it's been at Old Buckham ever since. And as Ken said, with its hangar partner there, the Yellow Stagger Wing, high maintenance. If you have a good look at the aircraft when she's actually on the ground, on either side of the nose, there's a lovely piece of artwork, and it depicts a Native American Indian girl in buckskins, and she's called Bohica. I think that's how you pronounce it. Some of the stories go, as Jeff told me, it's the sister of the better-known Pocahontas, but I can't find anything to back that up. Now, if you look at that term, Bohica, it's actually an acronym slang which grew into popular use in the United States Air Force during the Vietnam War. And what it actually means is bend over, here it comes again. Okay, now let me explain that in nice terms. All right, what it really means is just accept an adverse situation is going to repeat itself again, and that reluctant acceptance is the wisest course of action. Now, Jeff had actually said, given the never-ending amount of work it got to get that aircraft flying, he thought it was very appropriate. So that's how this aircraft got its name. Okay, Nigel's doing another one of those head-on passes for us there. You need to be careful when you're flying this. You need to think ahead. If you're using it as it was designed for, as a touring aircraft, you need to plan ahead for your descent. This aircraft can cover up to 5.5 miles for every 1,000 feet you're descending. And big radials don't like abrupt power changes, so you need to be thinking ahead and making gradual changes and looking after this lovely old lady. If you're lucky enough to go inside one of these, you'll find it's quite luxurious inside. It's decked out in all leather seats. There is only one door. Everybody enters through the rear cabin door, and the pilot has a bit of a manoeuvre to pull himself up to the front, to lever himself into position into that left-hand seat. And he definitely needs to be in that left-hand seat, because although there's two controls in the front, it's only the left-hand seat that's got the brakes. Okay, Nigel's just called up on the radio to say this one's going to be his last pass. So it's your last chance with your cameras to take a lovely shot of the aircraft. If you haven't got a camera, give him a wave. There's a good visibility from the canopy. Nigel should be able to see us and wave. Yes, he remembered. He's waving to you.
Beautiful sound, beautifully done. Debs, thank you ever so much.
No worries, Ken, thank you.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, circling over Snetterton is an icon among icons, the one that we know the audience adores, and that's B-17 Sally B. Now, this aeroplane is kept in the air by you, the public, and by the Sally B supporters. And it's been doing so for longer than I care to mention. And that's being all down to, and she's going to say it's down to loads of people, it's down to the operator of the aeroplane, guest of honor today, Ellie Sallingboe. And as Nigel Wilson drops the stagger wing down, you can see Sally B circling. Ellie, you've known this aeroplane since it arrived at Duxford. 1975 it arrived. Do you still get emotional about this aeroplane?
Yes, always. That's all I can say. I just see it coming, and you remember what we should all remember, that aeroplane, thousands of them came to England in the 1940s to save England from the Second World War, to save it from Hitler, and they lost thousands of people doing so. Remember that, everybody.
79,000 US airmen paid the ultimate sacrifice during World War II. This airfield was amongst them. The 453rd Bomb Group, they flew B-24 Liberators, the other heavy bomber of the United States 8th Air Force. There's a memorial here which you should nod to during the day, because These people came and, along with Bomber Command, took the fight back deep into the Reich. Ladies and gentlemen, as Matt Wilkins says, I give you the longest running miracle in aviation heritage we've ever known. B-17 Sally B. And I think we're going to be applauding throughout, but as she does her first run, Peter Kuipers is the captain today, give a long wave and applaud. This is Sally B. This is Britain's largest warbird, privately operated, yes, privately operated, no government funding, no lottery, public donations. sallyb.org.uk. Get on the website and see how you can keep this icon flying. Bombay Open. Beautiful, beautiful sound. Ellie. Ellie, while we've been on pause thanks to COVID, something has happened to this aeroplane.
Yes, it's been repainted completely, and if you look at it, you will see that there's no greasy marks, there's no oil drops, the wings are clean, and the lovely, lovely volunteers who worked on Sally B during the winter, they have completely repainted it. So look at her now, how she's shining. It's not in the sunshine, but at least it's not raining. You can see it, can't you?
The sweet, sweet sound. Ten crew, 4 1200 horsepower Wright Cyclones, making that magical noise. In fact, it's unfair to call it a noise. I shall say that again, it is unfair. My scouse slipped in there. It's unfair. Sally B, built by Lockheed Vega in June 1945. Saw no operational service, but important test and trials work before going to France to become a map maker. For the Institut Géographique National at Creil, just outside of Paris. So, Ellie, keeping this flying, it looks lyrical, it looks easy. This is a constant struggle.
It is, and for you guys out there, I know many of you are supporters already, you're members or sponsors, and without you, we wouldn't exist. But please, if you can help us, give us a small donation on www.sallybee.org.uk. It will be so appreciated, because we had 2 years where we had no income, so we really need your help. Thank you so much.
And we know you're going to do it, folks. Just looking around at our audience, the Sally B effect is prevalent. Everybody's stationary. Everybody watching this fabulous icon. And Sally B will turn right and come through for the last pass, and it would be wonderful if you could wave. And Sally B will make its distinctive tribute to the 79,000 US airmen who gave their lives during the war, many of them serving with the 453rd Bomb Group here at Old Buckenham. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together or wave. Sally B. And while we're at it, a hearty round of applause for the lady that keeps it in the air, along with all of her volunteers, Ellie Sallingbow. And now we move to another icon, Spitfire 9. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you perhaps the best and well-known Spitfire flying today. MH434 of the old Flying Machine Company, Spitfire 9. Completely original. Never been fully rebuilt. You're looking at an exacting time capsule. She flies in authentic colours of World War II, 222 Squadron. Built at the giant Castle Bromwich aircraft factory in the Midlands, MH434 was flight tested by Alex Henshaw on the 7th of August 1943. Within a month, she had joined 222 Squadron and was flown in combat by South African pilot, Flight Lieutenant Henry Lardner Burke, who in his time became a multiple victor with 7.5 kills. Post-war it served with the Royal Netherlands Air Force and then the Belgian Air Force before being imported back into Britain in 1956 as a civilian aircraft by Tim Davis. MH434 took a starring role in Guy Hamilton's Battle of Britain film, 1967-68, and then was bought by the late Sir Adrian Squire, the chairman of Cathay Pacific Airways. April 1983, it was bought by Ray Hanna, founder of the Old Flying Machine Company. It is still operated and cherished by that company to this day. That is beautiful. Spitfire shown off absolutely to perfection. Coming around now, the Old Flying Machine Company's Spitfire Mark 9 MH434 for its final pass. And I think we need an old Buckingham wave and an old Buckingham cheer. As the victory rolls in front of us. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I have a task for you all. The pilots and the ground crew here have all got together, and we want you to big it up for a tireless person that makes this show possible.
I'd just like to echo what Ken's just been saying. A huge well done to Matt and the team here, putting on a really superb show that I'm very grateful that they've had us along for. I hope you've enjoyed the live broadcast. Obviously, if you've only tuned in today, check out yesterday as well. A bit of a sunnier day, but a glorious air display we've had today. And thanks to Matt and the team for putting it on here at Old Buckingham. It's been a self-funded endeavour this. If you've enjoyed the live broadcast that we've brought to you, freely available on YouTube and on Facebook, do make sure to subscribe on those platforms. And if you really enjoyed it, and if you'd like to encourage me to come out to the airshow scene and do a few more, do check out watch.plainstv.com. That's our on-demand service. Gives you access to our back catalogue of programmes that I've been going on about a lot, I know, but if you'd like to support what we do and encourage me to do more of these live broadcasts, which I dearly love doing, but they're difficult things to justify commercially, do go check out watch.plainstv.com, use the coupon code Old Buckingham, all lowercase, and that will give you your first month half price, give you access to last weekend's Duxford Summer Air Show live broadcast, and as I say, hundreds of hours, a couple of hundred hours of air show highlights over the last 30 years there, and there's more coming all the time from our archive, from new shows. It's a great way of supporting us and hopefully providing some entertainment to you as well. Easier ways of supporting: you can become a channel member on YouTube. That's another way of contributing a little bit of money to Plains TV to, again, encourage us to come out here and do a few more shows. I'll just have a quick look on the chat if anyone is there and has any queries and comments and whatever. It'll just be James complimenting me on my camera work again. I'm sure he just does it so that because he knows I'll read out the comment. Glorious Typhoon display again, wasn't it? I messed up a couple of the Titan reheat shots, but it was standing out beautifully on the dark sky there. Dennis saying, really enjoyed watching some of this, finding this a great channel. Thank you, Dennis. You like the in-between shots, the Hurricane. I'll be painting the plane in my building. I'm building in a Hurricane. Lovely stuff. And Chris, thank you, Chris, for doing 2 days of solid moderation and promotion of the work that Plains TV does. I really am indebted to the work you volunteer to do. Just sort of popping up in the chat every weekend, it's a huge asset. You are a huge asset, so thank you so much, Chris. I don't think we've managed an ice cream ban. I can see my, gosh, German sausages is shut, presumably because he sold them all. Wow. Sellout crowds, hey? Good stuff. Thanks from Sydney, Australia. Lamar, thank you so much for tuning in from Sydney, Australia. Hope it's a bit warmer down there. Currently shivering here. Great live. Thanks for doing this, says Wayne. You're very welcome. Excellent. Thanks for the hard work. Hey, thank you guys. Thanks for tuning in. And as I say, if you'd like to support what we do consider channel membership on YouTube. I've had a chat with Phil. I will be live again on Wednesday. So make sure you subscribe to the channel. Email newsletter as well. I'll chuck one out on Tuesday, giving you links to that broadcast. That one I will be doing on my own, so there'll be the extra jeopardy of seeing a one-man airshow live broadcast. 3 or 4 cameras. I've ordered some buttons from Amazon that might allow me to do a vaguely refined effort compared to what we've managed today, which has involved 3 of us. I must say a big thank you to Adam, who's been out on the wide-angle camera, and Andrew, who's come all the way up from Surrey to live mix the show. Couldn't have done as quite a polished result as hopefully we've managed today without them. So thanks, guys. Who else on the chat then? Thanks, Dennis, and James, thank you. Superb coverage, says James. Honestly, he just throws these compliments out because he likes his name being read out, I'm sure. I so enjoyed the Spitfire. Yeah, me too. That was Callan and John saying thank you again. Great weekend of streaming. Yeah, it has been good, and long flying displays. It's been a while since we've done full afternoons flying like this, and I remember why I usually bring a couple of extra camera operators, because it does get pretty tiring, but hopefully that hasn't shown too much in the live show, and you've enjoyed what we've had on offer. Now, I'm not sure whether we're going to have too many highlights from today, but with a bit of luck, Andrew's got yesterday's available or something available to take us out and take us through into the evening. So thank you again for tuning in. If you'd like to support what we do, check out watch.plainstv.com. use the coupon code OldBuckingham, and that will give you your first month at half price. That's a £5, and gives you access to our back catalogue of programmes, and hopefully provide some entertainment. So watch.plainstv.com, use the coupon code OldBuckingham. I hope you've enjoyed the show. Give us a like, subscribe to the channel, and I'll see you again on Wednesday from Duxford. Didn't I?